All right, mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Started relatively on time today. Can't complain. Finally getting the Saturday stream in after taking a couple weekends off from one. Felt like I really needed to kind of get off my butt here and get this lovely little device here fully functional. So, for those that are just tuning in for the first time, this is a PCE GT. Last week, I spent my day removing all the capacitors from the board and cleaning thoroughly as they had leaked their guts everywhere. So this week, my focus is going to be on replacing said capacitors and then crossing my fingers as hard as I can that it works, because this came to me in a non-working state, as most of them do. Cue card slot's a little funky, but I guess once I screw it in, it's fine. So anyway, these are 33-year-old devices. The capacitors go bad over time. They leak their guts out. Their guts are acidic. So you've got to rip the caps off the board, clean all the acidic guts off the board as well. And then once you get all that done, you just have to replace them. Unfortunately, the GT and the LT and the Turbo Express are all very, very cramped because they are quite literally portable Turbo Expresses or TurboGrafx or portable PC engines. It is literally the same hardware that they use, just in a very compact form factor. I do have Turbo Express. I was unsuccessful in getting that one completely functional, and hopefully when I have the time and the money, I'm going to send it off to someone who is far more knowledgeable than I am, and he's going to help me diagnose what possibly could have gone wrong with it. So we're saving that one for later. I have this one, and then I have an LT, which is my holy grail item that I'm kind of been really nervous about working on because it's so expensive and so difficult. But hopefully, once I get this one done, I'll have the confidence I need to go and tackle that project. So I think today the main goal is I'm going to focus on this. I went ahead and did a very, very dumb thing. Last week, if you tuned in as well, you might saw me do some work on Atari Lynx II, and I installed a new ASIC, a new Hayato, and then proceeded to short power to ground and fry the brand new chip. But I just can't let a potentially good system go to waste. And even though by buying these new chips, I've completely put myself in the red in terms of profit, my main goal here is to keep consoles from going to landfills. And I would rather see this thing work. However, this is going to be my last shot. If these chips don't solve this issue and I can't figure it out, I will not be putting any more money into this console. I just simply can't. This was already a stretch, but this is a brand new Hayato and a brand new Suzy, because for those that were here, you might remember that I sort of got a much different response out of the system, but it still wasn't working, and I was thinking, well, maybe the Suzy was dead as well. So just in case, I went ahead and got one of them. So if I feel up for it, if I'm not brain dead after focusing so hard on this today, I might try this again. I might save this for another time where it's my only focus, because as I learned, it's not a difficult install, but it's not an easy one, and that Suzy chip is going to be a lot more of a pain in the ass because of its location. And for those that were not here, I exploded, literally exploded, an electrolytic capacitor on the board because they don't take heat very well, and I was not very careful with my soldering, or my hot air station. Heated up a capacitor too much, it exploded, and I had to spend a good 30 minutes rearranging resistor arrays and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, it didn't work. So, we're gonna try one more time, just because I'd love to see that go into somebody's hands that would enjoy it. And if not, well, it'll be a parts board, and a very expensive parts board. But hey, that's kind of what this channel is more about. I have a full-time job that pays me very well. So, you know, if I lose a little money, it's not a huge deal. I'm doing this more for just the experience and learning and watching a dead console come back to life. And then hopefully, like I said, making somebody else very happy. So with that being said, let's get into this repair. I'm gonna have to pull up. I'm gonna get some more brain juice, and I'm gonna have to pull up a capacitor map. Console 5 is where I get most of my capacitor kits or from, I should say, and that's no exception for this guy. I highly suggest checking them out. Not only are they a good supplier of little cap kits that are very affordable, he has a wiki as well that is very informative. Lays out, you know, capacitor locations. It gives you the values, voltages, all that stuff. So if you ever need to replace something or work on a board, chances are he's got some form of schematic for you to take a look at. And that is, I think it's wiki.console5.com. If you go to console5.com, you'll find their wiki. But either or, give them a look if you're in the need for parts. Definitely one of my favorite shops to go to. So with that being said, I'm going to go get some more coffee, and then we will pull up a capacitor list and get into this repair. Now the coffee's the most important part because I've only had one cup this morning, so my brain is still trying to kickstart. I'm a unabashed coffee addict, so yeah, I need at least a half a pot to feel normal. Which, yes, I know is not the smartest thing, but hey, here, what are we gonna do? Now, the only thing I wish he would do would be, so he lays out the board, and so he has the board like this, but he doesn't really, in the map, he doesn't, so we're going to open that into a new tab, and then we're going to do it like that, I think, like that, there we go, okay, so this does have the unfortunate situation of me not being able to read chat, although maybe I can if I wonder, can I pop this out? I can, so I can take a look at chat here, and then if I need to, no, I can't do that, dang it. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Well, I thought I had a solution, and I don't. Dang. Well, that didn't work. All right, well, you know, I think end of the day, what I'm gonna end up doing is just kind of suffering through this. So let's see here. We're gonna start with the CC505, which is right here, and move forward from there. So let's see here. Bring this up. Now, actually, I say that. Now, what if I do something fun here? I want this. Okay, and I want that. Can I? No, this isn't working. Do that, and I'm gonna grab that, and that, and I should be able to minimize that. Now, no, do that, and can't I grab you? That didn't work. And do this. See, like, it's not letting me. window snapping is what I want, but man, it is just not as intuitive as you would think it would be. Okay. So, oh wait, I think I might see what I have to do here. So what if I did that and I grab this? See, but it's not. Yeah, it's just not as intuitive as I think. I think I'm doing it right, and then it only lets me snap one window, and then I can't grab the other window I want to go. Like, what if I? Oh wait, is that how I do it? Oh, because this can't. So if I did maybe a half screen for that, this screen for this one, and then this screen for this one. Perfect. Sort of. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so now that we have all that configured, it's going to be a little bit of a kind of pain in the butt, but we'll make do here. So we're going to grab our microscope, and I'm going to find a better place for my coffee. Okay, so we've got our microscope. Now, this needs to go. Give me a nice autofocus. Okay, we zoomed all the way out, just so I can see what I need to see. Okay, that's CC505, so we're going to start there. And then, so this is going to be a fun. I remember this was what took me so long last time. Was finding the capacitor, finding out the value that it needed to be, finding the bag of capacitors I had, installing it. It's a long process. So you're in for the long haul today, unfortunately. But you know, hopefully it's somewhat interesting for you folks. Okay, so there's the tip. We don't need that one because we want my favorite tip, which is very small. This one does not have much thermal mass, but it does allow me to get into some very, very tight spaces. It does lose its heat quite easily, but for the most part, it does a pretty good job, unless I'm working with a really big solder blob, in which case I got to kind of let it rest for a couple of seconds, but I really enjoy it. It's my favorite, if not my second favorite tip. Or should I say, it's my second favorite, if not my favorite tip. Either or, we need to pull up and find. We are on CC505, and CC505 is a 100 microfarad 6-volt capacitor. Okay. These are one of the ones I know that are, I think, more the common size. Okay, I got that guy, and we got that guy. Put you off to the side. So we just take a look on the inside. Now these, you can see these are 505. What did I say? It was 100 microfarad 6-volt. So there you go, 100 microfarad 16-volt. As long as the voltage is above the rated need for the capacitor, you're fine. And I think these are 400 microfarad 16 volts. So they give you a bunch of these. So we'll set that off into the bag. Kind of like keeping things in the bag just because it keeps everything in one spot. Okay, so when it comes to electrolytics, there's a couple ways you can do this, or surface mount electrolytics I should say, because through holes are a lot easier to solder. A couple methods you could take to get this done. Depending on how cramped things are, sometimes I like to pre-tin the pad, then keep it wet and slide the cap on. Sometimes you can just kind of, if you've got enough room, like I think I'm going to have enough room to do it here, you can lay the cap on the bare pad and then go ahead and just tack it in and then finish the job. The one thing that you do kind of want to make sure you always do is the black line represents the negative, right? So you always want to make sure you have your polarity correct, because unlike ceramic capacitors, electrolytics have a very specific direction they need to be installed in. So you need to have your negative on the negative and your positive on the positive. So in this case, I think what we can do is just put a little bit of flux on this pad. Now the flux will kind of be a little bit tacky, so it'll kind of help hold things in place here. And we just kind of slide that in like so. I just want to make sure that we've got okay. So we can see that both sides of the pad are okay. And then we're going to go and same thing for the other side. Okay. And then just resolder this guy. There we go. That's it. And then we can just do a quick little visual inspection. That's lying nice and flat. Now you can see it's a good joint there. Probably should be using flux on both sides. So let's just go ahead and for posterity's sake here, we'll tap this with a little bit of flux, just a tiny bit. And then that way we'll get it nice. I mean, the joint looked good to me, but I always just, just in case, just go ahead and really make it good. Okay. And then obviously we're going to do our best to keep the board nice and flux free, so we'll just dab this up with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Alright, so as we can see, good there, okay. So we got that going for us. Next up, I guess we'll just move maybe to, we have one right on top of that, which is CC704. And CC704 is going to be a 10 microfarad 16 volt. So I do believe let's take a look at this guy. You're at 33, so that is not what I need. It's probably one of these loose caps. Unfortunately, he does include a few that are loose, and they're usually the odd man out on the board. So let's just go ahead and dump all them out real quick. So no, it's not going to be the U2 because you guys are my through hole caps. And No, it's not going to be you, because you're my jail bar fix, which I don't think I'm going to install. We shall see. Alright, so, I'm not sure here, but that is a 4.7. Let's pull the bigger guy out. This guy is a 22 microfarad, so I'm guessing it's going to be this guy then. He is a 1016, yes sir. Okay. Once again, out of fear of losing things, I will plop them back into their home. For those that are new to my channel, I have the ability to lose things even though they're right in front of me. So as long as I keep things in a very defined area, I'm okay. Now again, so we are on CC 704, and 704 is a 10 microfarad 6 volt, or no, 16 volt, and that is what this is right here. We have the correct part, so let us move it off the board for a heartbeat. And then we'll grab our flux. Add a little flux to this pad. Add a little flux to this pad. Using Amtech flux. Flux itself is good. I hate the tube that it's in because, well, it's slowed down now, but it used to constantly leak on me, and every day I wake up to a mess on my workbench because a bunch of the goo had leaked out. So again, remember, black side's negative. There's the positive symbol. And if you look on the capacitor map, the vertical black line of the capacitors represent the negative side. So what we're going to do now, let's get this guy. Oop. Nice and lined up. Looks good to me. I think the plastic has shifted a little bit on this one, which is not a huge deal, but it does kind of make it look a little wonky. Let's clean that tip off real fast. Just add a little bit of fresh. Okay. It should be nice and soldered, well, tacked in. And then we'll go do a good joint on the negative side. Nope. Okay. That's why I like flux. This flux just kind of helps the solder flow. Okay. So I think the plastic skirt here just kind of came a little, oh, that's fine. It's soldered. Okay. And obviously we just grab a little bit of some rubbing alcohol. Boop. Any residual flux, grab that. Cool. So there's two done out of a bunch. These are the easy ones because these are the ones that are very accessible, so to say, so to speak. Probably could use a little bit more solder on that one. Let's go ahead and just for grins here. Just because if you're gonna do a job, might as well do it right. All right, so let's move it far left and move right from here. Okay, so this is CC now, so you can see the ceramic capacitors have a single C, while the electrolytics have the double C's. Not a huge deal, but it does make a difference. And we are looking at 504. Okay, so yeah, so that's Did I say 504? Okay, well, 504 for sure is another 100, so grab it out. I think we're going to just do the same thing. I think put a little flux on the board here. Don't really need too much. And yeah, like I said, the other added nicety of the flux is it's slightly tacky, so it'll kind of help keep things a little steady. So we've got the positive at the top, so that means the black stripe goes at the bottom. All right, so I'm going to squeeze this down just like so. And then I think we're going to tack the bottom first, and then I might have to just slightly maneuver the board to get better access to the other one. All right, I might just be able to come in here and now see, it's a little bit what I was afraid of. So we're going to do it this way. It's not a big deal. I just don't want to have to deal with a solder bridge there. Got a little bit on that capacitor, but that's not a big deal. And that looks good. She done. Got a little bit. Okay, no. So I don't want that on this. This is kind of why I'm doing this on a paper towels. I don't want any stray bits of solder to end up on the board. And I like to stick to my silicone mat, so if I use a paper towel, it's a little bit easier for me. Okay, so now this one, I think we can do CC 700. And the 700 is another 100 microfarads, so it's just going to be just a lot of rinse and repeat, really. So we've got positive on the left. There we go, just like that. And then we shall nudge you correctly into place here. And I think, actually just, it's going to be slightly tight on the positive side. So let's just align it more that way. I don't want to, there we go, that's better. Okay, let's clean this tip off. And then, oops. Oh, thought I had some solder on my tip and I did not. So let's just get you back into place here. Okay. Perfection. And then now should be able to just sneak this one in around this resistor without much of an issue. Perfect. The reason I'm not cleaning with the Q-tip after each of these is they're so close together. I'm just going to hit all three at once. Okay, and this one is CC503. And 503 should be another 100 microfarad if I'm not mistaken. Come on. Nope, 503 is a 22 microfarad. And that was one of those, I think that was this bigger guy that was loose here. Very similar cap size, but okay. Well, that's 4.7. I think that's a beefier one, and this guy is 22. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we've got positive on the left. And some flux. Plop this guy down. And just nudge him into place. I know Retro 6 has plans to release a ceramic kit for these two, so keep your eyes out for that if you would prefer to use ceramics over electrolytics, which I normally do as well, but because it's not quite there yet and there's no real big ETA on when it's going to come. I'm just going to install these, and if I've ever got the gumption to go do it again, I can always install the surface or the ceramics. Okay. Looking good there, folks. Looking good. So let's go ahead and just do a quick little cleanup of our work. Using 99% isopropyl alcohol on a Q-tip here, and that basically just dissolves any of the residual flux on the board. It's better when it's a little bit warm because it kind of stays liquid. And makes it easier to mop up. Now it's what they call no clean flux, which means you theoretically can leave it on the board and it won't eat away at anything. But it makes things really goopy, and if you ever have to come back in and do work on it again, it's sticky, and I don't know, just clean it off. It's the right thing to do. Or at least, give it the good old college try, like little elbow grease, just a little. All right, we should be good here, honestly. Yeah, resistor's fine. So I must have knocked that one a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really do any soldering until now, so. All right, so let's see. Now that one moves us into, now we're going to start to getting to a little bit more difficult territory. All right, so this is CC901, which is a power. I think it's related to the power rail. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, because that's the transformer right above it hooked into the ground pad. I don't know. I could take a look at the diagram and figure out where it's supposed to go, but so CC901 is another 22 microfarad. So I think that is. Oh no! Shoot, Justin, you son of a biscuit! All right, that's 22. 35 volt, and I think I screwed that up, didn't I? Shoot. Oh, thank God. Woo! 35 volts. So CC901 is 22 microfarad 6 volt, and then CC503 is 2235. So, oh boy, I really skirted some luck on that one. Okay, gotta remember to pay attention to the voltages. That would have not been fun. I mean, I could have gotten it off, thankfully, pretty easy because there's no plastic in that area, so I could have used hot air from underneath, but it's better not to make that mistake. Okay, so these are 33 microfarad. And this should be a 4.3 microfarad. Now, he might have just, oh, you know what? I bet you I got lucky because he made all of the 22 microfarads to be 35 volts, so you can't undervolt your board or undervolt your passive and cause damage. So this is probably going to be another 35 volts, my guess. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Like I said in the start, as long as your voltage on the capacitor is higher than what is equal or higher than what you actually need, you will be fine. So these 35 volt capacitors are absolutely fine to use. Capacitance has to be matching or within around, I'd say, 10% of the capacitance. So you can go a little over if you need, without causing damage or doing anything funky to the circuit. Okay. And we're just kind of, like I said, moving our way up the board. And there's CC901 again. So let's do this. So I'm always going to be on the... Okay, so we've got CC901. This is the capacitor. Now we've got to have positive on the left side, so that means our black stripe is on the right, just like so. We'll set you off onto the chip. I think we can get to this one okay too. So we're gonna a little bit more flux on that side. Make my life a little easier, eh? Okay. Should be good there. Let's just go ahead and nudge it a little bit. Trying to see. I think that should be okay. Just like so. Yeah. Should be good there. And we'll go do this side. Alright, now should just be able to kind of do the same here. Just like that. There we go. Perfect. Well, that's looking okay. I think I'm just gonna... There we go. Fully fill out that pad, so to speak. Sort of kind of very barely melted that plastic on that thing. It's really not a huge deal, honestly. I think we all like to try to not melt plastic as much as we can, especially on things like these electrolytic caps, if you'd kind of mangle up the skirt a little bit, it's not going to really do anything as long as the thing sits flat and makes good contact. Part of me wants to kind of re-tap that, but I don't know if that's necessary, but let's do it anyway. It's like looking a little blobby, but I think we're fine. Yeah, we're good. I just got a good amount on there. If you hear a good squeak, means your PCB is pretty clean there. All right, so now we're going to move on to the actual power rail. You can see I took off a little bit too much of the silicone over there, and some of the fluid ate away at some of the conformal coating in this section, and I had to pull off this guy right here, this transistor, this MOSFET, maybe it's a voltage regulator actually, and resolder it because it was highly corroded. But the good news is that's CC900. CC900 is a 100 microfarad 16 volt capacitor. I think both of these are going to be that, but let's grab the last one out of this particular sleeve. Okay. Now on this one, the negative is on the bottom. When I did my Turbo Express, I unfortunately, I had the board flipped in the wrong direction and wasn't paying attention, and as such soldered it on backwards, so I had to redo it. I actually had to pull that cap off the board and redo it. Now we're gonna try, see, I think I'll be okay with the same method I've been using. I don't think I'm going to have to do the flow-on method. I want that. There we go. Just want a good amount of flux in this one, though. Really make sure I get good coverage. Okay, so we've got our negative to the right. Negative to the right. 100 microfarad, 16 volt. And I will, again, just double check my work on that one. I think I can actually just move this guy a little bit farther forward, and I can access that back pad a lot easier. There we go. Just like that. Should let me get in there. Come on now. Okay, and now 900 again is 100 microfarads, 16 volts, 100 microfarads, 16 volts. Positive on the left, positive on the left. We are verified, so let us go ahead. Add a big blob of solder to our tip here. Of course I'll come in. Nope, see, I got solder on the pad, but I didn't get it to bond with the capacitor, so we're going to try that again. There we go. And we will do the same right here, but we've got much better access to this. Starting to rip up the paper towel here with how I'm moving the board. Okay. That looks good. Now, I don't know if my light's going to actually help me here and make things worse, but it always makes things worse. I don't know why I think it's going to be any different. let's just see if I'll do a little autofocus real quick. I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm 99.9% sure. Now, see, that could use a lot more solder. See how that pad's barely, but I got the leg soldered on. Yeah, that needs love. And that is why kind of just go over your work, you know. There we go. That really feels like a much better joint. So let's just go ahead and look again. Now you can see we've got a really good blob there. And then we can go ahead and get out of seizure mode. And now this should be a very weak bond on this metal shielding here, so I should just be able to pick that off with my fingers. Okay, make sure we've got no more. I can't tell, so I'm gonna have to put it back in seizure mode. I thought I might have saw some. No. Thought I might have had a couple of flakes of solder on that transformer shield, but we did not. On to the next. The next one should be, that is CC 500? Looks like a 500 to me. Okay. We can double check, but yeah, that is CC 500. CC 500 is also a 100 microfarad 16 volt. The one above is CC 501. Yeah, that makes complete sense. So let me grab another one of these boys. I always struggle slightly to get the very first one open, and then after that is cakewalk. But thankfully I didn't cut my nails yet for the week, so it's a little easier right now. There we go. Once you get it started, it's not a problem. Sip of coffee. Oh, get that off the screen. Now this one. Do I do it this way? I think I do. Now this one needs the positive to the left, negative to the right. Ooh. Knocked you out of position a little bit, huh? Okay. Nice big honking pads to work with here. This area is a little cramped. This particular area is a pain in the ass because of that white goop you see above. It's protecting a very sensitive component. And I've mentioned last week, I think once I get all this buttoned up, I'm probably going to come in with some hot glue. And cover up that exposed bit. should be okay. I think I'm going to be okay regardless because I just exposed a little bit of whatever that plastic housing is. Let's go ahead and hit this up with some more solder. Should be good there. And do a little tap-taparoo again. Okay. And then we have 501, and 501 is the 4.7 volt, which is this big honking guy right here. Okay, now we've got, I think positive goes, yeah, to the right. Now, I have a little bit of solder right now on this pad, so we'll showcase the wet and slide method, I guess, on this one, which is kind of like, it's a little bit of a pain because you got to make sure you're keeping the capacitor flat to the board. So I like to put my tweezers on the other side of the plastic, little downward pressure, slide it on into place. There we go. Then we can take a look at the other side. See, I did not get it moved over enough, so we will re-wet. That does not seem right, does it? Uh-oh. 4.7, 35 volt. This seems a little too big for this, because that's not over the pad. Okay, folks, we have our first issue. I guess I probably should take a look in our bag and see if I think this is the wrong capacitor for this, so. Okay. That is okay. That is okay. Hopefully I didn't damage the capacitor. No, I melted that plastic some, yeah, but we'll be okay. We can get that to work again. Okay, so let's set this off to the side because I'm going to need that. Shit. Well, that's what you get when you make assumptions. But I swear to God, these, which might be it, but these are 33s. And this last one, I swear to God, was a 22. If that is the case, then that is the right capacitor for that, but yeah, that's a 22. So that is the right capacitor. It just did not. Very interesting. Am I crazy here? This did not seem like. So. Like, that doesn't seem like it's going to fit. Now, first of all, that's wrong. So I did kind of, thankfully, screw that up in a good way. But here's the problem I'm going to have. CC501, 4.7. What the heck? Why do I... This is not the right capacitor. I'm missing capacitors, it feels like. shit. Did I screw up? 4.57, that's a 35 at CC 901. Double check on here. Oh no. Yeah, I screwed up. That right there that we're looking at, that is exactly... Oh, shit. How did I screw that up? I put a 4.7 on that one, and it should have been a 22. Was I looking at the wrong one or something? CC 901, 22. Yeah, Cool. Well, we gotta do what I wanted to avoid. Oh, I knew this was gonna happen. Man. How did I screw that up? Alright, well. This is not gonna be easy. This is definitely not gonna be easy. Alright, so we're gonna have to try to one leg this. I might need to use another tip for it, but okay. Alright, so this is actually, you know what we're gonna do? Do this the smart way here. Let's do this the smart way. So we're going to remove some of the solder off the pad first. And I should be able to, hopefully, without damaging anything, maybe, just maybe. Yeah, okay, so I got that lifted. So now, what I gotta do on this side is we're gonna grab this capacitor here. Okay, so we don't have it lifted. Thought I did. I do not. And this is the pain. And now, the only reason I'm not using hot air is right on the other side of this is a shit, I bet you that's melting the plastic on this one. I don't really care, but alright, we gotta take a look. I think it's just because I've got a little bit of a, yeah, just got a little bit of a solder bridge in there that I'm gonna have to take up with some wick. Okay, just a very tiny bit. Man, well, this is, you know, after I was saying, yeah, go double, triple check your work, I'm such a dummy here. Maybe now. No, I still think it's attached. It's almost there. Let me try, I guess, but still think it's going to be attached to that one leg. Gotta be really, really, really careful here. I don't want to rip any of the pads, because we did such a great job removing these things. Let's go ahead and try a little bit of flux, see if that'll coax the solder onto the braid here. It usually does. Pretty sure we still have a bridge. Looks like it. Now I might end up, what I might end up doing here is switching my tip up to something a little bit more beefy, and that might actually help me Okay, maybe now. I feel like I added more solder to the pad, but I don't know, we'll see. This has been frustrating, but it's a very delicate job in a sense. And I'm having a seizure. Oop. Right as I click it off, it wanted to focus, so. Okay, let's try this one more time now. Okay. Okay, well, we mangled the shit out of this. I might have a replacement. It might still be usable. From what I can tell, it is. The plastic's a little melted, but we should be able to make good contact with this thing. Okay, so now we got to put the correct capacitor on this guy. Dang it, I feel so dumb. I knew it was going to happen. The best way to really do this is replace them as you go. Okay, so that should be good and flat for the new one. 901, and again, 901 is a 22 microfarad 6 volt, which is one of these tiny ass capacitors that I've got in here. I think I might have I do have a box of SMD caps. I'm just dubious on the quality, honestly. Okay, so now this guy is not probably what we need, but we'll look. This is a 22, assuming 10 volt. Right, as the correct size. Okay, I got that going for us at least. All right, and then for grins, I think it's prudent just to come down here and just do a quick little double check. And this guy should 100% fit where, yeah. So I'm gonna have to clean up those pads, but that's the one that we needed for this one. And you can see how this guy fits over both pads perfectly. Okay, so this guy goes off to the side, move back up to the top here. Thinking probably just move the board again. And we're going to double, triple, quadruple check this because I do not want to have to do this again. I don't think I have now. 90, that is 901, right? 901 is. Why did I put? I must have just grabbed the loose one and thought I had the right one and just did not pay attention. I just don't know how I did that. And unfortunately, it was a good fit, so. That's probably just blaming on the lack of coffee. Alright, we got that side tacked in. Thank God that was the right side. Okay. Okay, and we're going to quickly just rearrange. And get to this side. Yeah. Just burn myself a little bit. It's actually easier if I come in just like this. And clean this tip. Do this again here. That's why I use the flux. Just watch how it literally just jumped from that tip to the pad. Good enough for me. We'll give this one more. Another little quick tap-tap-a-roo just to make sure we got a good joint. We do. Okay. Once again, a reminder that the name of this channel is An Idiot Repairs. And I am, in fact, an idiot. So, get used to watching me struggle. Let's try to give a very good representation of what the average person looks like repairing electronics. Which, this is not a very hard job, but again, very easy to make mistakes on. Okay, so now, go back to this guy. I think I'm going to actually not do the slide method. We're going to clean this up real quick. And I am going to opt to do it the way I like to do it, which is tack and flow. Okay, now positive will be on the right. And we are in CC 501, and I'm going to pull it up again and double check. And 501 is a 4.735 volt. .735 volt. So we're going to hope to God. Kind of curious though. See, I melted the plastic a little bit, so this is not sitting pretty. I could flow it from the bottom. I'm thinking that a lot of that has to do with the solder that's kind of on the legs and the bottom of this. So if I just really focus on getting that wet, we should be good. Problem is I can't. There we go. So maybe, I wonder if I attack the outside, because this is probably easier for me to do like so. And I'm just double checking I've got everything lined up good here. You can see how it does not want to sit flat really. That's fine. We'll just see if we can get it tacked into place and then float down. I could, at the end of the day, I could just heat this up from the bottom and then it would flow in. I screwed that up. So the reason that this area is so tricky is all these transformers kind of make it a little bit difficult to get things on a flat surface here. So if I do maybe something like that. And okay. And then smell that lovely melting plastic. I'm just trying to get, if I can get solder onto the pad, then the pad will wet and flow. Okay. So I do believe we have that attached. It is indeed very solid. Might not be the flattest, but I'm gonna use my toothbrush to clean this one simply because of how packed with components it is. I could kind of just drip some alcohol in there and then just scrub around everything nice and gentle like. Break up all that flux. And then we'll get in there with a fresh Q-tip this time and that way make sure to have everything nice and cleaned up. Okay, let's go. Positive, positive, positive. All right, now we've got this sucker. Now this one was a pretty big pain the last time I did it. And you are CC502, and CC502 is a 50 volt 4.7 microfarad. Okay, well, I think that's this huge guy right here. Okay, so we've got positive on the left. I mean, positive on the right, negative on the left. 100 volt, 4.7, so that should fit just fine. Now the question remains, I did solder this one on, yeah. Is it just because the, okay, I can see it. I might just slide, might just try it like this, because I want to have as much, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get my tip in there or not. That's the problem. Because this space is so tight. This I might actually have to do the slide method on. I really think I'm going to have to. I don't know though. Because I don't think I can get to this. Yeah, it's going to be too tight. I might have to do the place and slide. And even then, get it to there. I guess that's really all I need. Okay, I guess we'll try that. So we'll tin up this pad a little bit here. And grab this guy, make sure you are oriented correctly. Should be. Okay. Right on the edge of the board, but should be good there. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to hit this with some flux and just hope to God. Now, I do actually want to look at this. Should be okay. Let's get some flux on the board instead of on the capacitor here. Just like so. Now that'll liquefy and go underneath, of course, but okay. Alright, so I think we should be good now. No, still feels a little wobbly for me. Let's take a look at it here. This one I might end up I can't tell though. Well, this one I could theoretically heat from the bottom and refill it that way, but honestly, do I need to? Struggling to figure out what to focus on. I don't know. I don't think that side soldered on, that's no problem. But I can't tell. So I think what I'm going to do first is we're going to press down and then reheat on this side. That's better. That got it, I think. So it should feel relatively solid, but see, like it's still wiggling to me. Like, I don't like how that feels. This guy might not be. Could hit it with the hot air. Could try to sneak. Let's see if I can't turn this off and get a better view. Could try to maybe sneak a conical tip in there, maybe. That might fit. I don't like conical tips, but I do have one that's pretty thin. That's not really working though. Now I had a bent tip. I've got to figure out what I did with it. The bent tip might work because I can. Yeah. Let's try the bent tip. Gotta make sure not to burn the crap out of myself here, but if I can get this bent tip to work, do the same thing. Just a little pressure on the top of the cap here. We're trying to just still wiggly. What is this? Is this just flux? Yeah, it's just flux. Still wiggly. It's wiggly for a reason. I don't know why. I mean, we should be okay, but yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna not tempt fate. We're gonna leave that be and just keep in mind that that might be a problem. So get some more coffee. Okay. So that was CC 502. Now we're going to move on to the audio section. Or do we do our last easy one? Let's do our last easy one first. Let's do CC 703. Now, CC 703 is 100 microfarad. .702 is the, yeah, that's the through hole. All right, so 703 is what we're looking at, and that is a 100 microfarad cap. Just one of these guys. And then we have a little bit of flux to add. And plop you on the board. Nudge you around into place. Remember, secret positives on the bottom, negatives on the top. Do a little bit of that. Meanwhile, burning myself with soldering iron tips here. Alright, so now, flux out the way. Okay, so now if I come on in here, and yeah, let's continue to burn the shit out of myself. Okay. top here. Perfect. Tap the bottom again, which looks fine. That settled down. Settled down. And then, yeah, there's a little bit of wiggle with these, I guess, so. I'd just rather not see any wiggle. Okay, just a quick little scrubby dub. And then we'll move on to the hardest section of the board, which is the audio section. This is the one that gives everybody fits. And that is because these things are so tightly packed together, it really does kind of suck. So let's see here. So this is the audio section right here, right beneath the headphone jack and the DC jack. You can see that we did lose a little bit of conformal coating due to the corrosion from the fluid. Nothing too major. So I think the way to approach this one is we just work top to bottom, and then so what I'm going to do is I'm going to solder on this one, then this one, then I'll probably do this one, and then this one, and then that will be it for the surface mounts. And then I have one more to do right here. And then we have to move to the button board, which has one capacitor that needs to get replaced. Okay, so I think this is 104, right? Yes, CC 104 and 103. Okay, so I think these are all 100 microfarads as well. So we're looking at 104, and 103 are both 100 microfarads. That's good. Now I don't know if I'm going to have to do the slide method on these or not. The other really kind of crappy thing is, yeah, I will have to do the slide method. So we can see the headphone jack is butted up right against this, and that makes our life miserable because it is a pain in the butt to not melt. And I think I'm going to end up melting it. I think it's okay. I mean, it's okay if I barely melt it, but I think that's what we're going to end up doing here is we're just going to do I'm going to just wet it and slide it on and hope for the best. Okay, so let's just go ahead. Add a little solder there. And that's not looking so good, huh? I wonder if I didn't get all the corrosion off. Let's add a little bit of flux to this real quick. And then we'll reflow all this. Might clean it again, honestly. I don't like how that whole pad didn't bubble over. That's better. Okay. So now, keep the negative at the top there. Let's go ahead and all right, but did I get? Nope, it needs just a tiny bit more. think I can make that work right there. No. Right? Because this is going to be another one. I think I'm going to have two of these, so this is going to go here. I should have plenty of room to work with on that one. And if I move up, I should be able to do the slide method. Yeah. Okay. All right, I think we'll be okay. That's no. What are 102 and 101? 33 microfarad and 33 microfarad, which are those two that I've got in there. And that would be it, yeah. And then I have my two through holes and I'm done. Okay, let's go. Let's get this guy finished up. Okay, so we should have a good connection there. Looks like it. A little bit of wobble, but we've determined that it's okay. So now we're going to do the same thing here. We are just going to add in a little bit of flux to this pad. There we go. Now, should just be able to come in and good flow there. And how am I going to do this? I think I'm going to make my life easier here. I'm going to flip the board like so. Reposition the camera. You are another one of these big boys, and I have you out already, so we know the positive is up the top, negative at the bottom. So we'll do this. Okay, just get you into place here, just like so. Now I think use just a tap more. Perfect. And then we can see we've got a good amount of pad up top to work with still. And all very accessible. Once again, a little bit of flux here just to help that solder flow on nice and good. All right. So now the fun part, huh? I think we're gonna just go ahead and get the last big guy put on, because I'm gonna need to come across here, and then I could come across this chip here to get both of those done. Okay, that should work. So let's just go ahead and get prepped. I'm going to add a little bit of flux to this pad. Pretty big blob. Now I think we're going to again just reposition the board. It's a lot easier for me to work in specific orientations, although this one is going to be tricky, huh? So let's see here. So we got positive on the left. Now, problem is that, oh, okay, that's actually going to be okay. Because if I just, CC100 is definitely going to be, I'm just double checking on this one. Yeah, 100 microfarad, okay. I might get lucky on this because I don't have to, maybe. Might get kind of lucky here. Now the problem I'm going to have is this freaking daughter board is severely in the way. So what is the best way for me to do this? Let me do this so I can see what I'm doing on this side. Now I had the advantage of a little bit of extra room with the other ones, but thinking that should be all I need. Very, very, very good. Now, I'm going to obviously go in there and retouch that up, but I'm thinking now, yep, perfect. See, we have that. Yeah, it's a little elevated, but whatever. I'm going to be okay with that as long as it's not completely effed. Grab a little bit of flux on that. And then okay, so this is awkward. I might end up having to do this a completely different way. Alright, we got it there, but I don't like that. I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. This will let me flow a little bit more. Yeah, I've got way more. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking before. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. See all that stuff leap over. And a little melted plastic, but we're okay. Looks good. Cool. And that was, those are, well, we still have 2 left, but these are obviously, or honestly, some of the trickier ones to get done. Now, 102 and 101 are both 33 microfarad, which I think, obviously, in my bag are the only 2 surface mounts that are left, besides the ceramics, which I already said I'm probably not going to do, unless I determine that to be necessary. The ceramic capacitors included in this kit are meant for a jail bar fix, and jail bars are vertical lines that appear in your video. And what the capacitors do is they add a little bit of extra capacitance on the 5-volt line, which should clear those up if they show up. Now, I didn't really notice them on my last one, and unfortunately I had a host of other issues going on with that one too, so I ended up pulling them off because I wasn't sure if they were causing some problems or not, but they really weren't. But they weren't really doing anything for me, so screw it. Okay, so I think we do the top one first. And I think what we're going to do, we'll do the slide method again. And we'll slide this one on negative side first. And then that way, where'd my other one go? There it is. Okay, I don't want to really lose track of these. I think this is going to be the easier path, to be quite honest. Okay. Then grab, bam. Grab you. And then just, come on. All right. Same thing, but we got to do it the opposite way. I think we're going to, actually on this one, I don't think it's not going to matter. I think on this one, yeah, this one's not going to matter. So on this one, we'll just flux bolt the pads. No, wait. No, we don't need to flux the pads. We just need to add flux and drop the capacitor right on top. Yeah, just like so. Squish that down a little bit. Okay. And then I'll just add some solder to my tip here. Perfect. And I think if I just rearrange to get to this side now. Okay. Okay, got that going. Kind of where this tip that I like so much kind of starts to disappoint me is that it does not really deal with larger solder bobs so well, but just give it a little bit of extra time, it's fine. That is the problem. I can't really see what I'm doing here. I think that should be good. So let's go ahead and use our toothbrush and we will clean off this whole area as best as we can. I didn't zoom that in, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. We're just scrub a dub in here. Add a little bit of alcohol to the headphone jack, 'cause I'm sure it's probably pretty cruddy on the inside. Alright. I like using the toothbrush on these types of things just because it'll dip into the little tiny crevices in between the tightly packed capacitors there, and hopefully at least loosen up some of that flux. I'm sure there'll be some residual stuff, but that's okay. Like I said, it won't really hurt anything. Just a little bit goopy now. So we can still see there's a little bit of flux on the board, but that's totally okay. I just can't really get everywhere. I guess this is where probably like a foam Q-tip would work. I think they call them lint-free Q-tips or cotton buds. I don't know. Definitely not cotton buds, but all right. So I did want to just quick double check on this. That's looking good, but we'll focus it anyway just to make sure. Perfect. Looks good. I mean, that really worked out quite well. So the last one that we've got to do is actually the easiest one on the board, and that is CC702, which is... Now, I don't know if this... I think this attenuates or helps with the contrast. It could also deal with volume. I'm not too sure. But once again, now with through-hole capacitors, you'll see that there's a negative side, and also the positive side will be longer than the negative. So we just slot that guy in and in, and then squish him down, and then lay him flat. Okay. Looking good. Now I'm probably going to do this one off camera because it's a little bit easier. I'll show the end result though. Adding a little bit of flux to the legs and the contact point just to help everything flow in, and we're just going to tack and tack. Okay. And then I'll put it under the microscope and we can inspect what I just did. So there we go. So nice and tacked into place. So what we're going to do now is just to ensure a good flow from top board to the bottom, or the bottom to the top of the board. We'll just hold it there for a couple of seconds. Same thing with this side. Kind of want to let that solder flow through as much as you can. One more tap, and then we'll just take a look on the other side. And then that way, we can just go ahead and I think we're good, but just for posterity's sake, we are going to go ahead and there we go. Perfect. Now, what we can do is grab our side snips wherever they may have gone to. Uh-oh. I have lost my side cutters. Yeah, what in there? Remember I told you I can lose things that are right in front of me? Alright, so basically now what we got to do is we lift this leg up. Lift this leg up. And that way, when we flush cut, we can get as close to the solder point as possibly can here. Okay, one side and then the other one. Perfect. And obviously we do not have those touching, although they might be on the same trace anyway, so who cares, but just in case. And then as always, we finish up with a little bit of alcohol. General and digital support. Hey man, I am so sorry. I have not looked up in quite some time now, and I hope you are still here. Thank you very much for dropping in. If you don't mind me asking, I always ask this of people that are new to my stream, where you're from and how did you find me? Because I do not promote myself at all, and it always interests me to learn how I'm getting out there to folks. And if you're just tuning in, I am just finishing up a capacitor replacement on a PCE GT. And so far, I've only made one slip up, which I thankfully corrected. So it's going pretty good. Hope your day is going well. Okay, so quick little visual inspection. I do not have any open pads. All of my capacitors are full. I have nothing left in the bag except for the jail bar fix and the button board, which we were about to do. So all said and done, I can set this aside for testing or for the first fire up. Oof. I am quite nervous. I have not been having too much luck lately, so alright, so this is the button board. And it is held in place by a single Phillips, or probably a JIS, considering this is a Japanese device. And all we need to do here now pull this up. Is there more screws? I don't think. No, there is. There's 3 screws. Okay. Okay, so 3 screws. Alright, I know this is. Here, we'll do this real fast so you can maybe watch me. I don't know how interesting it is to see somebody unscrew something. It's getting in the way anyway. But I was a little worried about stripping screws, so alright, we got one more on this side, and that should free the button board from the shell, and I gotta pull the speaker connection out. Okay, got that, like so. I'll leave the membrane in the shell, and then we'll take a quick little tour. Uh-oh. There it is, okay. All 3 of these screws we're going to put in here. That way I won't lose them. Set the shell off to the side. This overall, the condition, physical condition of this has been phenomenal. So, you know, you do pay a pretty penny for them, but sometimes they're in really good shape, like this one was. And it did not hurt at all. I'm just taking a quick look. See, for some reason, and I don't know, maybe it was cheaper to manufacture or whatever. This is a carbon. Yeah, see, like that looks kind of cruddy right there. Is that near the capacitor? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, well, boy, that's pretty bad. Oh man. The problem with the carbon is you can't repair the carbon. You'd have to jump from one point to another. I mean, it's not impossible to fix if the carbon goes. It's just not fun. So let's go ahead and clean this corrosion off, and then see what damage we've got. Carbon looks okay. I don't see anything really flake away as far as I could tell. Traces are okay. We've got some minor damage to the conformal coating, but I think other than that, we are okay. And that little transistor up top seems to be okay. I might end up trying to desolder that capacitor right there. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure on that one. I might want to just pull it just so that I can get to the pads underneath, and then from the pads underneath I can just do the same thing I'm going to do here, which is clean. Because you don't really ever want to leave corrosion on the board. I mean, that's just, oh, you know what, we're definitely not using the right tip for this, so I'm going to swap this one out. Find my, I like this chisel tip. This is a great, shit. Man, my handle's been doing some funky things to me lately. Don't do this to me. Come on now. Something gets knocked out of alignment in here, and now I can't slide my new tip in. God dang it. Did I get it? No? I might have to order a new handle or something. This is this, yeah, it's broken. Shit. What the heck happened? There we go. No? Maybe? Nope. Oh shit. Well, my soldering iron's now dead. Yep. Cool. Well, my soldering iron has officially died. And I grabbed the wrong tip anyhow. What about if I went with this one again? The last one I put in there. Still not working. Yep. So whatever is making a connection for me at the bottom of my handle here is now broken. Oh, I see what happened. And to fix this, I'm going to need a soldering iron. So let me just show you on camera what I'm looking at here, so you can see what I'm seeing. So this is a pretty shitty design. Thankfully, I do have a Hako available. I might be able to fix this. Maybe. You can see how whatever that little PCB is right there, the solder joints have broken. Now I need a soldering iron to fix my freaking soldering iron. I mean, thankfully, I have that, but the real solution is I'm going to probably end up ordering a new handle here. Yeah, because the guts of this is just whatever happened to this thing is. There we go. Alright, well. I guess for now, I'll get this to work. It's not perfect, but we might be able to limp through this repair today, and I'll order a new handle. But for now, let's see if we can't get this old solder up here. Oof. Good old rotten fish, huh? Alright, so let me just get this out of seizure mode. And we're going to flip this board around here. And just do the same. Just some fresh braid. Might need a... Oh, looking pretty good to me. Alright, so now we could take a look. Well, let's take a look at the horror show that was this capacitor. Ooh. Yeah, she did, Jim. Let's clean off this board, which you can see leaked all that corrosive goo right there. Sounds good. Okay, then. Yeah, I mean, it really discolored that PCB, huh? Scrubbing away pretty hard here. Okay, so I'm thinking besides a little bit of, well, you know, I still feel like I should kind of move this cap some. I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, we can get lucky here. And I could maybe flood both sides with some fresh. Alright, let's do that. Yeah, I could smell the fluid on this, so I kind of really do want to clean off this pad here. Now what I'm going to do is the same thing. I'm just going to grab a hold of it. Now that we've got some fresh Alright, so that stinks. And I fully stand behind my decision to do this. Okay, so we are going to put this capacitor right there. I am going to scrub this, then add fresh solder. Then problem is I'm having right now is, damn it, I can't. Let's do it this way. This might work for now. Okay. The soldering handle is half apart still. So we're going to clean, resolder. Just clean this crap off real quick. Then we are going to clean again. So that should so you can see that it ate away a little bit. Ooh, that was close. So that's kind of why I didn't want to do that, but we got it fixed. Alright, so it ate a little bit away right here. I think we should be okay now. You know? I think we should be okay. And this is going to be kind of tricky. I could do this with hot air if I wanted to. I think I'm just going to try to hand solder it. It's such a big passive that it shouldn't be much of an issue, honestly. Okay. And we'll come in. I prefer my other tip, to be quite honest, but this one will do for now. Sort of. It's a little wonky, but that's fine for me. Good enough for me. All right, so pull this out, put this back on, and then hope to God maybe we can get you back in there, huh? Nope. I'm just gonna have to buy a new handle because this is not working anymore. Yeah. Well, I might be screwed for tomorrow then. I might be able to fix this though. The other issue is that I really can't get this handle apart any further. I'm thinking, oh, there we go. Yeah, that is what's going on. Huh. Yeah, well, this is fixable at least. I'm guessing it's just not forming the proper contacts it needs. This little ring meant to go like that. Yes, sir. Oh man, I'm just dicking around with this soldering thing now. That is the good thing. At least I can fix this. Just makes me wonder. You know, cheap China junk, I suppose, huh? Yeah. Huh. I can get it to work if I leave the handle half disassembled, but that's kind of funny that I can't get it to work. My only issue is I won't be able to ever put it back in the rest. And I am kind of stalling because alright. well, I'm literally just going to have to attempt a repair on this tomorrow. Maybe today. Maybe I'll try it today, actually. But let's get through this repair first. Okay. All we really have to do... Oh, no, I don't want this tip. I want... this tip. Okay. Now, I, like a dumbass, did not pay attention to what side was what when I pulled that out. I could probably go back, but they are marked on the other side. So we're going to do the positive. We could just, I'll show you here in a second. Here we go. So you can see the positive marking on the right here. Get the capacitor lie flat, and then we just bend the legs. Okay. Finally, we do what we do with everything else, and we add flux and then solder. Okay. So, we'll grab our half-assembled soldering iron here. And we'll try to let that flow through to the other side as much as we possibly can. Flush cut the legs from the board. And one final clean. I'm still smelling some fluid, which is so weird because I scrubbed the crap out of this. Like, how am I still smelling electrolytic fluid? Okay, now I might end up hitting this with some hot air at some point too, to reflow that surface mount cap there better. I mean, it'll work for now, but it always just bothers me when shit's wonky like that. Man, it was pretty corroded over here, so yeah, looking pretty good. Just soak up any of this residual alcohol as best I can. Okay, well, I honestly think we have that as good as we're gonna get it. Now we can put this button board assembly back to where it goes. Membranes are in there. Probably should clean these at some point, but I don't know what that is. Is that? Okay, plop this in just like so. Alright, well, there's no indexing on it, so I guess we'll just start adding screws and going along here. As always, when you're screwing into plastic stuff, just want to get it barely finger tight. Don't need to wang down on things. Not trying to mate and form a seal between surfaces. Just needs to be held in place so that the buttons can make good contact with the board. Nothing's rattling around. Last but not least, we'll plug the speaker in. Okay, alrighty, well. See, this is where I get confused, because every time I do this, I can never remember. I'll turn my soldering iron off, so it's just... I might just bust out the Hacko after this and fix that. Alright, well... I'm so freaking nervous. Unfortunately, because this is a Japanese console, I can't use my American games in it. I do have my Turbo EverDrive. So, my big problem though is that I can never remember which direction things are supposed to go in. So like if I come up the back case here. So this should have essentially, so let's open the battery cover, and I've got my screws. Now the Hue card reader only had 3 screws. The Hue card reader goes just like so. And they should be the bigger ones, if I remember right. And the smaller one should be for the motherboard. So let's just get you tacked in place here. I need a bigger bit. Gonna need a bigger bit. Okay. Got that. Okay. 1. Go ahead and put it that way like so. Or is that not a thing? This does not seem to be correct. So I am going to pull it apart. It was not correct. It doesn't go like that because there's no way for this slot to work. Is that how it goes? That's got to be how it goes. So I'll show you here in a second, but I think I was just off by like a millimeter. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. So if you ever work on one of these yourself, future people, so the PCB, the top of this PCB should fit. It's a little bit of a lip, but it should fit flush up against this, and then all these holes should line up. And you only have 3 screws, so don't be like me and freak out that you lost a freaking screw somehow. For some reason, I guess to save themselves a couple $100,000, maybe million on production costs, they only put 3 screws, which is fine. And then you make sure you don't trap this ribbon in there. Let me line this up now, I think. Yes, sir. Just like that. And we should have 3 smaller screws. I'm going to just set this aside for now to give myself some room here. Now I think now the black screws are for the shell. Then we have 3 motherboard screws. But before I do that, does this go like that or like? Let's go like this. Yeah. You want to make sure you install the power switch. So you can see the curve of the power switch matches the post right there, and then it slides right over the actual physical switch. For anybody that needs to orient themselves later if you're working on your own. The thing that I'm most worried about is I always freak out about installing the LCD ribbons correctly because I can never remember what direction the conductors are supposed to face, and I might actually stop myself from powering this on until I know. Okay, so that's not right. What about you? Okay, so I've got motherboard screws here that are not going in anything. That one worked. I don't understand. These are all the same screw, no one longer than the other. Yeah, these are not. All right, well, we're gonna undo this real quick. It's not, no, they're not meant. Do they go on the other way? I think they might go on the other way. Actually, I think we do have, we're gonna have here, oh, I forgot, I can't do that. So we're gonna put you back again. Don't trap this. It's for the video out, so it's, you don't want to ruin things on these devices because they are impossible to get parts for. And then, like I said, line it up with the post and just slide this in like so. So I think actually, if I'm remembering this right, it is only one internal, but two, I mean, one on the inside of the shell and then two that come in from the battery cover. So let's just take a look at that real fast. I think that's the case. No. Where is that the case? Do these go here? I am so confused right now. What did I screw up? Am I going to be able to slide this in without? Yeah. That'll fit there just fine. Well, we've got 4 black screws. And I was damn sure those. Well, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, just maybe. All right, well, that's in place for now, which is fine. I think these do go maybe on the bottom shell. Like these go internal. I think so. I think that's how it goes. Oh yeah, 100%. Okay. So we are good. I'm going to put these silver screws back because these are for the external case. So it was only one internal screw on the motherboard. That's right. Well, 3, but 1 on the on the inside of the console. So all right, well, we'll hold you and put you back in there, just so I don't lose my screws. Once again, refit this thing. Now this battery power, but I'm going to leave that unplugged because I have batteries hooked up. Now, the real testament though. Is this goes like this, and this I'm pretty sure goes like that. And you can't forget to install the backlight cable, which I do believe just goes just like so. These JST connectors should only fit one way. Okay, so I really want to be careful here that I don't rip that ribbon, but I think that's how it goes, right? And then, of course, we also have, which I probably should have installed first. Let's do this real quick so I don't. This white ribbon's a lot better, a lot sturdier. But just to make my life easier, we'll just completely take that off. And then this should go like this. Right, do I have that in? Pretty sure I do. Then this goes to here. And finally this goes to here. Right? Fortunately, there's no like marking on the cable to let me know which one's pin 1. Because if there was, then I really wouldn't be questioning this. This is also not wanting to slot back perfectly, so I've got an issue somewhere. Thinking it might be the power button, but it's not. That's fine, that's fine. So I have something causing an obstruction. So what is it? What could you be? I want to do it this way. Like that. Okay. Is it this thing? It could be that thing. Yeah, something is not entirely happy here. Oh, you know what it is? You know what? Screw it. We're gonna just install the batteries. Let's just that's what the problem was. Okay. A loose plug on the inside. Right on. So it's put back together for the most part. I am a little nervous. I do kind of want to go and verify. I don't see it being the other way because of the way that it bends. It feels like that's how it's supposed to go. I just want to verify I've got that LCD ribbon installed correctly. This is actually looking pretty clean on the inside. There's some owned one. In fact, though, but hopefully needs to do with modern parts. So that's kind of just dive in. So, getting into metal paint, I stick to that. All the so nerves about all this because there's really nothing special luck until because it's basic treatment like you. Okay, and then the power button fell out. So this is the backlight power right there. Controller ribbon and the LCD ribbon. Now I think it's just all friction fit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so that is the separation of the controller and LCD from main board, as you can see in here. Oh, crap. Why does this always want to record? Hopefully my microphone's still alive. It is. Oh, I probably hit the space bar. Oops. Those things down on my keyboard. Now, I went out and I originally bought the replacement SMD kit, and then I got a little
Introducing the Google Pixel Fold. With its split screen, you can do more things at once. It sits up for optimal video viewing.
And so a friend of mine who owns this GT recently picked this up. There are two smaller Phillips screws down here in the battery compartment. So those are easy enough to take out. Once that's out, you got to lift it up and then just angle it out carefully because you've got three flex cables that connect both halves to each other. So this one here is for the screen, and this one here is for the controller PCB. And then the final one over here, this is for the screen as well. It does the backlight, I believe. This is for the controller each other. Angle it out carefully because you've got three flex cables that connect both halves to each other. So this one here is for the screen, and this one here is for the controller PCB. And then the final one over here, this one here is for the controller. Angle it out carefully because you've got three flex cables that connect both halves to each other. So this one here is for the script. So this one here is for the screen, and this one.
See, it looks like it's supposed to face up.
Here's for the both have.
It is. Those are the conductors right there. Okay. All right. Sorry, that took me a while, but I really, really, really want to be sure on this because if I damage this screen, I am not in very good shape here. So, yes, I did have that in the right way. This should show up like that, and this should come in like so. Good old friction fit, and everything should just kind of squish together. Should squish together. Okay. There we go. I think. Yeah. Sure we got a couple weird oddities going on with this, but what we're gonna do now, I think this will help keep things in place. So we got my turbo EverDrive, because since this is a region locked console, alright, well, it doesn't keep the show in place, but that's okay. Now, I guess I could just screw it. We'll do it the proper way. I actually do have an AC adapter for this. I'd rather use batteries for now, just to rule out any other issues, and then once I'm confident I got this working good, I'll try out the AC part. Okay, well, I guess moment of truth time. Nothing. She is completely dead. Interesting. No backlight, no nothing. Double check, make sure I got the batteries installed correctly. Yep, they are. Okay, well, damn it. Wow. Very disheartening. So, okay, well, I don't think that okay, we're gonna go volts DC mode on my multimeter here, and we're gonna check the batteries, make sure that we've got power coming in. See, I'm not getting any power. There we go. Okay, 7.45 volts there. Am I getting 5 volts here? No. Oh, you know what? I bet you my fuse might be dead. I wonder if the fuse is dead. That would kind of make sense. I thought I checked that. That is on the other side of this. So we'll go verify the fuse real quick. And then we can do some power testing. Grab this. Oh, we are gonna get one of these freaking things to work. I promise you. This one I know for a fact should work. It should work. It should 100% work. No doubt in my mind. It should work. So we've got a fuse. There's a fuse. And obviously I can touch the power switch, but there's a fuse located right behind the power switch. I think it's like a 2.5 amp. I can't remember how the voltage on it. It's the same, pretty much the same as a Super Nintendo fuse. Alright, so put in continuity mode. We should have continuity between A and B, and if we don't, then I will need to replace the fuse, of which I actually have replacements. The fuse is dead. Okay, well, I am freaking so ecstatic to see that, because that's an easy fix, as long as I can find my freaking fuses. As I bought them, and then I kind of kept them out, and then they kind of got shuffled around, and now I don't really know where they are. They should be on the workbench somewhere. Here? Some of them in here, maybe? No, those are diodes. I could always pull the fuse out of my other one. Now, I don't want to not install a fuse and jump it, simply because if there is an issue on the board still, that fuse will prevent me from having any more issues. It's just dead cat kits. Back here somewhere. There they are. Look at that. Okay. All right. Well, let's get this fuse pulled out and replaced. And then we'll do a quick and dirty test. Oh, kind of helps to pull the game card out as well. We'll slide that back there for now. Slide you back there for now. I did get noticed. Now I have been on a Turbo Express kick lately because I really want a working one. So I bought a Turbo Graphics because I got a really good deal on it, and that's showing up on Wednesday. So I'm pretty excited about that. That one's known working with some very minor issues, which I think is just basically going to boil down to dirty contacts on the Hue card reader. So we got that going for me because the guy's like, it works, but sometimes you got to turn it off and on a couple of times, which to get the game to read, which usually means that, I don't know, either you got a capacitor that's failing or yeah, we got some dirty game card contacts. So either or, I got a cap kit coming for it as well. So this is the power switch right there. Shit. So where's the fuse? Is it under the goo? Crap. The fuse is right here. Yeah, it's under the goo. Really? That's gotta be it. Do a quick little chest here. Shove you like that and then go. Yep. So we got one leg. So this guy right here, he's part of the fuse, which means the other leg is going to be like right in here somewhere. So I've got to just strip back some of this epoxy, which kind of sucks because this stuff is ugh, pain in the ass. And try to do so without scratching up the PCB as much as possible. Should be like right in here somewhere. Thankfully, this is really just, I don't know what this is doing. Insulation. Where the heck is the other side of this? So glad this is not much of a thing outside of blob ships these days, which are equally as annoying to deal with. Alright, so assuming that's it right there. Just can't really see it yet. Still a whole bunch of crap around it. Probably. Alright, I'm gonna go knock this off in the trash can best I can. And we'll scrub it with some alcohol and then do some continuity testing to verify my points. But if I'm correct, let's scrub a dub here. Might have to keep scraping. I hate this crap. Man, I wonder why that fuse died. Maybe it doesn't make me too happy. I think that has got to be it though. So now if I come in and hook onto the other side of the fuse and grab this guy. Yes, sir. That be it. It is this guy. This guy right here. So my issue though, I think do I scrape away some more from that side? I'm not sure. I'm gonna need to be able to, of course I'm not really, well I guess it's not really lying on the silicon, so probably won't run a risk of getting metal on it. Alright, so we've got to, well wait. That's not right. Oh, that's right. There we go. That's it. Okay. So I'm wondering though. Well, we could try here. We're gonna, well, at least get them flexed up and see about Yeah, you can see how this thing was spooging out already, and this is why I hate this tube. I swear to God, it just never stops leaking. It's like it's got like a vacuum or something that I can't break. And it drives me batty. Alright, so be careful with this again because it's just probably just burned the crap out of me, but I need to have another go at that. Looks like. Still got some. Oop. Still has a little bit of solder through that, so I might end up having to do the old flood and drain trick here, but I could also just use a solder sucker if I wanted to. No. That guy's not wanting to. So what we're gonna do is, before I rip any pads or anything, just go ahead and. Nope, see? That's what happened. Okay, so my soldering iron became a little wonky here, so let's just try this again. I'm going to just order a new handle. I don't know. I might fix this one and keep it as a spare, but I think I should just order a new handle, to be quite honest. Alright, we got that clear. That side should be clear. Now, okay, so we got the other side to do now. And that one's right there. I think we can get to that without too much of a hassle. Maybe. Okay. See if that's free now. No, I don't smell any fluid on it. It is kind of making me a little nervous right now because fuses blow for a reason. I mean, it could have just died, but I don't like dead fuses. It just always tells me that there could be potential power issues, which you don't really want. Yeah, see, that is almost out, but needs to get just put to the middle a little bit. I think if I maybe just tap a roux here. Do that. And I can kind of maybe grab the fuse itself. Almost got it. All right. Almost. Let's just, I think we're going to hit this with more flux. And then another bit of solder braid. You could see the little chunk of solder right there. But I think that's going to be not too hard to get out. If I just come in like this, from this side, and just like so. Yeah, I think that should have done it. just see. I might have to manually. There we go. There we go. That should be good. I should be able to. Yep, right on out. Okay. So we are going to verify this fuse again just to make sure I'm not crazy here, but I should not have any continuity. Okay. And then we're going to go on one side and I'm going to go on the other. Yeah, it is. She is dead. That fuse is dead. So now, just to show you what I'm doing here. So these are 2.5 amp fuses. Super cheap. Hell, I even bought these on Amazon just so I can get them within a day or two and not have to pay a crap ton in shipping charges for something I'm not going to use that often. But anyway, here we're going to grab one of these guys right here. Anyway, what we're going to do, I'll just show you here. So fuses are basically just a wire, so they should have no resistance. And when I put one lead on one side and one on the other, you should hear a nice beep like that. And boom, there you go. So that is a very good way. Well, the only way, I guess, to know if your fuses are dead or not. And then what I do is just kind of bend it like that. Now I might have to rebend it depending, but usually the 90-degree right at the point of the fuse is what you need. And in this case it is pretty much what I needed. It'll work itself out eventually. Okay, got one side, got the other side. Now we have new fuse in place. And once again, more flux. Obviously, I'm going to come in here in just a second. Oh, that glare is so bad. There we go. It's a little bit better. Okay. All right. Now, same thing. So if there is still an existing power issue on this board, this fuse will blow again, and that means I've got to take a look at something. It means I got a short somewhere. But we definitely have continuity now. Alright, so we're going to flush cut. One side. I'm going to actually put some more solder on that other side. It's still looking a little funky to me. It's like I tacked it in there, but I need just a bit more love. There we go. And once again, we should still have, I can probably turn this off now so I don't end up burning myself, which I've been known to do. And then that would be, I think it's this guy right here, and then this guy, or this guy right here, yes. Cool. We have a working fuse now. Okay, well, you know, hey, fuses are our friend. I know some people, some electrical engineers will always not like them for some reason. I don't know. I think they do their job. And if a literal 30-cent passive can stop a $400 board from frying, I will take that every day of the week. Okay, well that cleaned up pretty good. There's all that chunky epoxy crap that now looks chewed up because I had to eat away at it, but I'm not even sure what it's really doing over there besides maybe adding a little bit of extra protection from shorts or interference or whatever. It's just a very odd place to have epoxy. You know, there's really, besides an inductor and the power switch, I mean, there's really nothing too crazy up here. But anyway, so now that we got that done, I'm just going to take a look at the other side of the board. Just make sure it's not soaking wet right now. It is, so we're going to just, in the name of science, hit this with some 115 degrees Celsius air. Dry off any remaining alcohol because even though it should be non-conductive, I don't fucking trust it. There is still 1% water in here, so we have 1% of my liquid is conductive. So better safe than sorry in my opinion on something this rare. And a little warm air won't hurt a thing. Now, we should have a working fuse. What we're going to do first is plug this in and then verify 5 volts. I'm getting 5 volts on this this guy right here, and I know that my system's powering up. The fuse blows immediately. I know I've got an issue. Okay, so filter DC mode. I'm gonna do black on ground and then red on that big old pad, which is my 5 volt supply. So we go here and then we go here. Nothing. Yeah. Something is wrong here. Unless I turned it off. Try that switch. Wow. She is dead. Okay, take off power from the board. We do have batteries in that, right? Yeah, we do. And again, we have 7 volts, right? Yep, we do. Okay, is my fuse dead again? No, fuse isn't dead. I 100% should be getting power. I wonder if I screwed something. I mean, the transformer could be dead. Double checking all my capacitors down there. I mean, 99% sure that's how that's supposed to go. Plug you in. Now, okay, do some more measurements here. I'm gonna do, let's see here. Is this ground? Oh, oh. Volts DC mode. I'm getting 1.9 volts to the fuse. I'll get it to the other side. Yeah, I get it to the other side. All right. Okay, that's negative, that's fine. I'm getting 1 point there. 1.1 there. I think this one's my, yeah, see that's not reading right. What about over here? Nothing there. What about here? Millivolts. Still getting the proper voltage there, but what about you? What are you getting me? Nothing. Fudge. Millivolts there. I wonder if it's this capacitor down here, but yeah, something's not right. Something is not right here. Because okay, let's just I'm getting my 1 volt there, but that feels like that should be higher. I could plug in my other board. Maybe my transformer's dead. I'm thinking that's the case. So I'm pretty sure I should be getting a negative 25 volt line here somewhere, and I'm not. And I know for a fact I should be getting something on these guys over here, and I'm not. So, looking over, just making sure. Positive, positive, positive. Oh, that's positive. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Positive on that side. Could inspect that. Okay. So I guess it's been pretty boring because I have had my microscope in the same spot, but I guess it could be maybe something here, but I'm pretty sure all that's good and soldered on. And that's all fine. I'm really wondering if that transformer underneath is dead. So I'm pretty sure. So I should be getting a reading on this BA guy right here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. .1 volts though, that does not seem right. It's telling me like something's not. Yeah, like I'm not getting nothing on this guy. This could be dead. Millivolts, and this is now it's even pumping out even less voltage. This guy. Now I'm getting 0.8. Turn it back on. Check him again. Now I'm, yeah, it's draining quick. Batteries are dead? No, that can't be. What my batteries reading at? It's telling me 5.8 volts. That's a little low. We are off, right? I guess I could just pull the power anyway. Yeah, so the fuse didn't blow, did it? No. But if I'm not getting 5 volts at this regulator up top here, then something's wrong. Like this is my 5 volt generator right here. Like this 100% should be giving me 5 volts. And nothing. Could have a bad inductor. I'm getting 1 volt on that test point. So, well, this is a problem for future me. I'm going to have to just research the power circuit and trace some things back, but we at least got the capacitors put into place. I really am questioning now whether these two components down here are good. I know that. That seems fine. I mean, this is all connected. this guy goes to here, right? Yeah. Well, curiosity killed the cat. We're gonna do one thing before I call it a day. Really not interested in destroying this thing, but so we've got my Turbo Express, which thankfully at least turns on, even though it's non-functional, but I can test a few things at the very least. And what I'm going to test, though, I'm just going to go poke around the power area and get some readings. You guys, so alright, now same thing down here, but you can see much better shape. Now alright, well, this one works and loads games, but what I want to know now mainly is, do I have power on here? Yeah, see? I'm getting 3 volts there, 3 volts there, 3 volts there. I'm getting 20 volts on that diode right there. I guess that's my negative. Yeah, so we've got an issue in this area. So we should be getting 3 volts. Three and a half volts here. And on the fuse, 3.5 volts. So I'm assuming, I wonder if it's whatever this chip is. I mean, at the end of the day, I could always just swap it, or I could ask what component it is, because right now we are wrong. And I think that's the issue, because that part was pretty highly corroded. And if we did have like negative 20 volts go where negative 20 volts should not go, I could explain it. So there is that. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing I could think of, and what I can do as well, but I don't think it's going to matter, I could plug a game card in, just in case. So I think what will happen even on the... I'll just take a box. That's fine. Even if I put in a region, the wrong region, it should just show like a white screen. But just in case it needs a game, I don't think it does. I mean, like, I know the Lynx is weird like that, and the way that they do theirs is that you need the game plugged in. Alright, so we got power on now. And let's see if we're going to get the same reading. So we should be seeing a negative 20 volts on this guy and nothing. And then on these guys, 1.2, and this guy was millivolts. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, we've got some stuff to go on. I'm going to take a look at the schematics for this in the meantime and see if I can't suss out where the break is. If I had to guess, and I'm going to go test this. No, because that would be, well, this might be dead. I want to go see one thing before I call it a day on this guy. All I really care about now is figuring out where this goes. Put my fuses away. Okay, so let's see here. Now, on this guy, they have to be. They have to be. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I would think any of it. I think the connections are good because this should be ground. It's not. So we've got a short. Look at that. Okay, so I've got a short right there. So we saw, right? So this middle pin, I thought that was weird. I think this is dead on my GT. That's ground. That's not. That's not. So if I go pull my GT back, I think we'll find that. Okay, so this should not be connected to ground. So I either shorted it underneath there somehow when I... Okay. Yep, see, this is 100% saying it's connected to ground. Same with that. So I'm thinking this thing is dead. Now, if I remember right, I should just be able to heat this up and it'll... If not, I could just use a little bit of hot air. Grab a pair of tweezers. I know I said I was going to call it a day, but I'm like, not when I just figured something out here. So let's just go ahead and try. No, it's going to want me to. if I could do it this way. Might be able to. No. Nope. So rather than potentially risk damaging this, I think what I'm going to do is just use a little bit of hot air. This guy right here. I might even be able to just do a quick little blast. Might be able to. Let's just try it this way first. Let's see if I can get away with it. Okay. So we have this pulled off. See, it burnt the paper towel a little bit. Now we will test again. Is this connected to ground? And if it's not, then we know that that component is dead. Alright, so that is not a good sign. That's not connected to ground. That's supposed to be ground. So I've got a short somewhere. Okay, so we know that the component's still good. Because if I just do some testing on it, I shouldn't have continuity. Okay, so we know this is still good. So we're going to make sure to not lose this. Okay. Now I'm going to have to figure out where this short's coming from. So at least that's there now. Okay, so we have all of now. Is that shorted to ground too? Guess that would explain the voltage drop. Yeah, this whole section is shorted to ground. 2 ohms. 2 ohms. So either this thing's dead, or this transformer's shot. I'm so confused. It could be anything. I might have to do a thermal cam, see if anything's getting super hot. So this is where the transformer is, and these two should be part of the shield. Right there, and they are. Which makes me wonder, I think it's these guys are the actual transformer bits, so. Yeah, that does not feel like right. So here, this is definitely going to be a ground. Yeah. 3 ohms short there. Okay, well, so is it the transformer or is it something else? I think this right here is, yes. So that's the question of the day. So I guess, really, I guess I just pull the transformer and figure that out, because I don't know what else to do, really. That, and everything in here is going to need a good healthy amount of flux. Perfect. And then we're just going to have to make our way through the solder blobs. So let's just go ahead and start getting this done. Problem is even if it is the transformer, I have literally no idea if I'm going to be able to find a replacement for it. Okay. Got that. Go up to here. Start doing the same thing. I think those are still, I'm going to have to trim off some of this braid here, but guessing, if I had a hazard to guess, there's still way too much solder in there, but we'll look anyway. Okay, let's see here. Just a little tug here, and you're still soldered in, and you're still soldered in. That's fine. That's kind of what I figured, but sometimes it's good just to check. Should have enough flux in that board to make my life easy. Let's just tap, tap, tap a room one more time here. Again, if I need to add in some fresh solder, I will. This does seem like it's doing the trick though. Okay, so that should be freed up somewhat. I could just come in here and that's not. That is. This still has some in the back, which is fun. So we'll attack that from the back side. Heard that snap, which usually means the so-called seal is broken. Okay, okay. You're stuck and you're stuck. So we'll do the same thing. Just a little bit more fresh braid. And then we will just push up on this like so. It usually allows the solder to, there we go, just, that's it. That might have done it. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this shield should just kind of want to pop off now, shouldn't it? Oh, it's the epoxy here. Okay. All right, so that exposes the transformer. Now, problem is that I still think, even with all that, I'm gonna have pins underneath that blob. Okay. 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 Could also explain why that fuse blew. Still very much soldered in there. Okay, let's. Lost my solder sucker. It's around here somewhere. Gotta really redo my workbench again. I may honestly just stop here for the day. I thought I Thermal paste or an epoxy? Probably an epoxy. Okay, well. My guess is that it's still going to be showing short to ground here, but this is the only side that's not short of the ground, and I'd have to go verify. I just don't think that's right, though. I really don't. Like, I really feel like that should not be the case. You know, I could be completely wrong. I could be completely chasing my tail right now. But we definitely have a short to ground where we shouldn't have a short to ground. So it's not a complete dead short to ground, but very, very, very low resistance. And that is not a good thing. It's better, but I still see solder in there. I have to clean this before. Oh, look at that. That's exactly what I was not wanting to do. Okay, well, it's just before. Yeah. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and get you reattached and then just verify it and do any other damage. We're gonna hit you with some hot air though, honestly. Just want to get one side of you in. Okay, now we'll just do a quick little blast of some hot air here. Perfect. Let's get a clean going. There's a lot of flux on this board that I want to get up while I still can. That's my big concern, though, is that unfortunately, even if I do get this sumbitch off, am I going to be able to find a replacement for it? I don't know. I really don't. I have to take a look around, because sometimes these things are long obsolete, you know? And I could just have another $400 brick in my hands. I have not been having the greatest luck with these systems, let me tell you. Which, again, it's just why I'm really freaking nervous to go work on the LT, because that one's even rarer. Yeah, see, these are just not broken yet, so probably we'll save that for next time, because I'm going to go take a look online at the board view and see what these are. But it's 4 o'clock. We did some work today. A little disappointing. I was kind of really hoping for a good success on this one. But nope, it stumped me again. So we've got a short on our power line somehow. And we'll have to kind of figure it out. Could be a dead transformer, could not be. Hopefully, if it is a dead transformer, I will be able to find some semblance of a modern replacement for it. Or maybe I can salvage it from another system or something along those lines. I don't really know. I will also have to put a new order in for soldering handle, although I might fix that tomorrow. I don't know. Either way, I'm calling it a day. I'd like to go relax a little bit. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do. So for anybody that did stop by, left a comment, anybody in the future doing the same, I do appreciate you. I stream every Saturday and Sunday, usually around 11 a.m. or noon Central Standard Start Time. Saturdays I do try to focus on mods and Sundays repairs. However, lately it's been repairs on both days because I've just had a lot of work to do, so I've been getting it done. That being said, hopefully I will see you all back here tomorrow. I will be back live again at 11 a.m. I may continue with the GT. I have some very basic repairs on switches that need to get done that I might just do just to have some type of win this weekend, because I have not been winning very much, so it's kind of starting to get a little frustrating. I did buy a PS5 that came in, and unfortunately that went from a potentially easy fix to I think I have another brick on my hands. But that's coming up in a future stream. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got a testing device on its way from the UK, which I know isn't going to really help me with this issue, but it's just nice to have anyway. It's a nice little HDMI tester. So we'll see about getting that roped in the near future. I'm not really looking forward to it because I hate liquid metal, and so PS5s use liquid metal, and I'm going to have to suck it up and deal with it. So that's where we're at with that. All right, well, I do appreciate it again. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and if you have the time, come stop by and say hello tomorrow. And if not, enjoy the rest of your weekend and the rest of your week, and then maybe I'll see you here next week. All right, guys, well, I'm going to go chill out. Take it easy.